Hey there, folks. Ooh, start to a late night session here. Tonight, we're gonna see if we can maybe work on some buildings for that village of mine. See what we could do. See what we could do. Oh, stop it, Walter. Perhaps I just started. So that's what we're gonna do. What does the front look like? I got a light on. Getting dark here. Hello, JJ. Let us see where we're at. Gotta put my mouse on something decent here. Shooby dooby dooby. See JJ, got your DM. I don't know if I'm gonna see Kyle tonight. He's found himself busy. Nine 16. What is the date? 22. Not sure why there's an alert notification there in Discord. Under welcome. Nobody joined. I don't know what that is about. Oh. But at the very least, maybe we can work on some buildings. Actually, that's out of context. Well, doing fine, Fritz. Just winding down for the day. I saw you and Dented made some characters over there in Dragonbane. Easy to tell who's who because your token pictures. Must be JJ. JJ the warrior. Don't worry about tokens and pictures because you send me pictures and I'll put them in and make a token out of them. Actually, I'm not sure how you guys even uploaded any pictures at all to that. Oh, the defaults are all screwed up. But anyway. What's this? This is different. These three are all the same? Why did I do that? I don't know. Are they all the same? They are. These little templates. I got three of them here that are all the same. I don't know why. No difference at all. Why did I make three? I made three templates in all. This one, and this one. And this one has a duplicate for some reason. Maybe I was making a building out of this. Because I need two sides. So I got three different sized buildings. Simple little things. I'm going to see what it's going to take to work on one tonight, a prototype, and put floors in it. I want to experiment with that and see what I could do. Among other things, we'll see what else we do tonight. I was going to get together with these guys over on Dragonbane /Pathfinder I got campaigns coming up. And but I need Kyle for the Pathfinder one. JJ, I don't think you're involved with the Pathfinder one. You can be if you want. It's just another RPG. I'm trying to get some new folks over there to join me and Kyle. And I guess Dented is going to join us. But that's a whole separate thing. Do it, I'm curious. I received some basic materials in the mail today from Kraut Cover Scenics. I'm making some pools of water for myself and a diorama for my neighbor's basement bar. Well, that's cool. Winding down for the end of the day. That's cool. You're making a diorama to put in his bar? What kind of diorama is that going to be? Let me see. Let's go check the chat here. Let's go check the YouTubes. See where it's at. Okay, drop down to 2. Okay, that's fine. Do it, I'm curious. Let me grab some of those boards. Got 2 here. So I'm going to do this and we'll do some roleplay stuff. If we do any roleplay stuff, I'll bring into the chat, the voice chat with me. Of course, if Kyle's not coming, I don't think it's, well, I don't know. Let's do what we do and see what happens, right? Let's just see what happens. How well we get along. I did read some Dragonbane last night. Another big chunk. Going to get into the combat section now. It's all coming back to me. Is Jack Daniels model truck, and I'm making a Dio. Where'd it go? To go with that, a fall scene. Okay. Played Pathfinder First Edition for years, but never second. How you doing, James? Good morning, my friend. I'm gonna start working on buildings a little bit. Well, if you want to play some Pathfinder 2 with me and Kyle and Dennet Helmet, maybe Rachel, whoever, I'll bring you in there too. You could meet Kyle. Kyle's busy tonight, though. That's the thing. I was going to get together with him tonight, but he's got things going on. So I'll leave him be. Work on buildings. Maybe do a little bit of Dragonbane. We'll see. My plans are kind of up in the air now. Kyle's okay. I don't know if he's the best. But he's fantastic. We'll leave it at fantastic. He's fantastic. Gonna need a pencil, I think, for this. I don't know what draws properly. Oh, that'll work. Good. We'll use this. I'll use this. So let's just jump into this. I'm going to make some of these here out of this foam core. Just going to draw it out. Then I'll use an X-Acto knife to cut these. And then we'll flip it and do the other side. Okay. So there's all the walls to our building. Next, let's cut it out. Should have a straight edge for this. I don't have my straight edge. Let me go grab one. Hold on. Oops. And cut this biatch out. See what happens. This little crafting project of ours. One more little cut. Well, two more actually. I want to cut this too. Don't have to. Yeah, I do have to. Let's do it. Now look at the chat. There we are. There There's a building right there. I don't chat out. You doing, Dennett? By the way, I sent you a message on Discord, Dennett. How you doing, Shadow? I see you guys over on the chat. I saw you today. What are you working on? Got anything going on? See you painting. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to make a little shingarungi so we can fold these, you know? We don't want to cut all the way through either, so got to pay attention. I have to do this with the eyeball. I don't have this measured out. That's okay. We're going to do it anyway. Because that's how I roll. Whoops. Knives almost cut the building completely through. Let's see how this works. I'm basically scoring it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Is that perfect or what? Huh? Look at that. Nice. I do the same thing on the other side. I'm going to eyeball it, because that's what I do. Do a little eyeball. Let's try that out. Look at this. Ooh. Shakalaka. So there we go. There's our building. All done. Time to move on. What we'll do is we could glue that or tape it and glue it actually when we put it on a base. But here's the trick. See, this is what I want to do. I want to figure out how, because I didn't do this last time, how I could do this by putting a floor in. Because I want to be able to put troops inside this thing. Oh yeah, that's right, I got a gap there because I folded it. That's okay though, I could probably just fill that in. That's not an issue. Let me see. So what I need here, this is a nice tall building. It's going to be 2 floors. We're going to have an attic space, and then we're going to have the first floor. So what I need to do, I need a floor. That'll be easy to put in. But I've got to have a way of taking it off. The roof will be separate. That'll come off and expose the top floor. So the roof is separate. I'm not going to do that now. That's easy. And that'll give us access to the second floor. Now the second floor, we're going to need one of these jobs to go in there. That'll be easy to insert. It's going to be part of this top. So what am I going to have to do? Cut through this? The floor will be on the bottom of it. I'm going to make little lips that they'll set on here and it won't slide around. So that's not a problem. I just got to figure out how I'm going to put this on. And cut the windows too. For some reason, they didn't have a lot of windows in houses back then. Yeah, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut all the way around this. Cut it in half. And take this top half, and we're going to put a floor in it. And then we'll just set it back on top. It'll stay on there, because like I said, I'm going to create these little overhangs like this. It'll be like this. This brown part will be like an inside lip. So the top structure will just slide down like that and hold it in place. And I'll put them on both sides. I probably don't need one for the front and back, but the sides will have like these lips. Like that. Easy enough. Just pop it down. Like that. It won't slide around. Let's see what you guys have to say. So I gotta measure this. Come down so far. Measure it. Maybe I'll do that with one of these. My original prototype templates. I'll actually cut this. Yeah, so the first floor is going to be nothing but a straight rectangle box. It's not going to have this peak. The second floor will have the peak and a floor in it. Yeah, that's all. So we're just going to cut this. Schlunk. Yeah. We make a floor. We glue that whole second floor together with a floor. And that'll set on top of this. We'll just glue on some little lip things on both sides. Actually, I can put it on the front and back as well. And then it'll set right on. Perfect. And yeah, next is the roof. Since that's got to come off, I got to create a lip thing for that as well. But that's okay. That's all it is. We got it solved, folks. We got it solved. This is going to look fantastic. It's going to be freaking awesome. All right, anyway. Let's see what the chat is manifesting. A bunch of... Right, hold on here. Our house. It's a very, very, very fine house. Peaks. Well, the peak will be part of the... Yeah, that's an option I could do. The roof could actually have the peaks on it. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm creating two rectangular boxes. First floor, second floor, and then the roof with the peak. I could do that. That would mean I'd have to cut these peaks off. I was going to keep the peaks on here. Maybe I'll do that anyway. And we'll try out the other method. Separate. Is this going to work? Because I put these like hinges things in there. Maybe I shouldn't have them on there. Because to get this square, it has to be like this. So there's going to be some overhang. I have to keep that in mind. Or I could just cut this off and ignore the hinge. Just cut it off and put them together. That would be easier to do, actually. I don't know why I'm going to keep that little hinge. I don't need it. A little glue and some tape will do that. Because otherwise it's kind of cockeyed. And I have to fill in these gaps here. See, when it folds, there's this gap here. Whereas the other side doesn't have that. See how it's kind of sticking out? I would have to stick this way out on a corner with no hinge to get it proper. It can't go like that, flush. It has to stick out too, like this side is. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just cut the hinge. And just glue them all together on a base. It's going to be on a base. I'll have to cut that out. So the question is, do I want the peaks to be part of the roof, or do I want them to be part of the second floor? Probably be healthier for the roof. Give it a little more added stability. So what I would do with this template, this would be cut in half. And then this top floor, I could cut this all the way off this peak as well. So I'll have two basically rectangles here. That's all it is. And the peak, or the two peaks, those little triangles, they'll be used for the roof. I think that would probably be the best way to do this. And freaking easy. Oh man, once you got the template made and you've got the separate little parts, it's literally just like putting it together and gluing it and you're done. There's no thinking going on here, nothing. So yeah, this is the whole purpose of this session, just to brainstorm some ideas and options and make a prototype. I was supposed to meet Kyle tonight, but he's busy. So we'll do this instead. Yeah, I looked at your Dragonbane stuff. How did you guys upload pictures for your token? I thought by default that was set to off. I'm the only one that's supposed to do that. And don't worry about that, by the way. Once we get going and you made a character sheet, I'll ask you to either find some pictures or I'll provide you a bunch of pictures for your characters and you pick the one you want. And I'll make a token out of it. Or you guys seem to know how to do that. So maybe I don't have to do anything. I don't know about you, JJ, but you got to update your token. All I see is this guy there with glasses on. Who's that guy? Is that your character? Who is that? Get you some proper art for your character. Character in Dragonbane. So I'm going to use this for the base as well. So I'm not going to get fancy with this. I'm just going to have a little small base for the building to set on. I'm not going to make a backyard or anything on this because this is our prototype. I'll leave some room for hedges or something. Let's do a prototype, shall we? Let's not get crazy. Let's do it this way. So I don't want it. I want it to be kind of irregular shaped. I don't want no weirdness. No straight edges. Something like that. Like right there. Ah, damn it, I started that too. I can't see. I'll just make a nice little base here. I'll round the corners off or something. I don't want straights. Make it look a little bit more natural. Not too crazy. Do I have scissors? Let me get some scissors. Alright, let's cut these hinges off. I don't want them now. We don't need a hinge. Don't need the hinges. Don't want them. That's okay. So what we got is these 4 parts. We got these 2 for the walls. We got these 2 for the fronts. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut these down the middle. Cut off the peaks and down the middle. And we're going to glue them together and make 2 floors. And the peaks will be part of the roof. That'll give the roof part, which is essentially 2 pieces of card like this. It's going to be bent with some tape on the middle. It's going to look like that. And I'll put the peaks in there to create a perfect little roof. And that'll give those peaks will give it some stability. Yeah. And we'll pop on and off. And we'll create little lips on the 1st and 2nd floor tops so we could slide these all on. And it should be pretty stable. It should be pretty nice. And unlike Battlefront's buildings, these are actually in scale. They're not bigger than they should be. Yeah, so there you go. Freaking easy. Freaking easy. Alright, I'm going to forget you emailed me, so I'm going to do that now. Let me stop what I'm doing here. We'll put it over in Discord. Oh wow, JJ, look at that. You got some stuff here. Let's see. Basic materials from Krauta cover, Scenics. Oh yeah, I got the donies going on and everything. What's this? Those skeleton heads. Nice. Grimdark. What is this all about? What is that? Stones? Some kind of rockage? What does it say? Tales from a Forest Moon. Oh, excuse me. Putty. I can get this out in my driveway. Terrain. Riverbed. River rock? Is that river rock? Not really. It's like gravel to me. What is this now? Hold on. MDF house templates. Oh, there you go. It's like what I'm doing. Same thing. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Different sizes. 3x5, 4x5, 3x4, 2.5x5. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm doing. Very nice. Very nice. What else? Anything else? Okay. Oh, I'm not showing you. Hold on. There you go. Let's do this again because I totally forgot the transition. This right here looks interesting. This is grimdark. Bunch of bones and skulls to put in on your bases or terrain. Oops. And we got these things. Kind of like what I'm doing, except in MDF. Very good. Okay, let's go grab that email. My email. Oh, Jesse's coming home tonight, by the way. It's supposed to be on Wednesday. He's coming home tonight with his friend. A new cat. Boy. But anyway. Guess they didn't want to camp out for 4 nights. Okay, let's put this over from James. This is his... He didn't say. Let me go to the email. That's his, what he's been working on, the 64th, I believe. Something like that. James's current project. There you go, let's take a look. Bum-ba-da! Lots of little details in there. Lots of little details. Oh, I like the red much better now. You got it all toned down, darkened up. I like that. That's the way it should be. Nice and dark. The armor on him looks fantastic. It looks like steel plates. Ceramite. Actually, it looks like proper plates. Love this guy here with the pistol and the knife dagger pose, and this guy with the black gun. I love him. These are my favorite too. These guys are okay. Love the armor. Little flocking going on, fighting outside in the brush and shrubbery. There you go. Well done, James. Progress. A little bit posts from Matt. I got your message and can come on if you so desire. Alright, so yeah, I was supposed to get together tonight, Dented Helmet. Well, I was supposed to get together tonight with Dented Helmet, JJ, and Kyle. But sadly, Kyle's not available, and he was the main motivator for this, so. And Kyle, of course, will be playing in the Pathfinder campaign. He can't be bothered with Dragonbane, I guess, but you guys will be playing in both. Being the gamers that you are. And I appreciate that. I wonder if this will make a good floor. No, it's going to have to be smaller. This is smaller. Alright, so I got that, that, and that. Now, I might as well just cut these. Actually, I might as well use this, because I need templates for this. So I might as well just cut a template this way. Number them or something. So... let me fix this. Oh, we're good. What powers? What is your captain? It's paint, dip, highlights, then dip. Using lots of dip, huh? Let's see what size this is. right. So this is really what our template looks like. Not as exciting anymore. I hope I got this lined up right. Again, I'm eyeballing. Yeah, that looks good. So this is what we got. So if we use this, and we put these on here, we get that. Let's cut it now. We'll put our template on here the way we should have done in the beginning. Again, this doesn't have to be precise and perfect. So there's the first and second floors. And then we got another template measure in here. Oops. So this is how you would actually do it. You'd be cutting all these pieces out. So you got the first and second floor to the walls. And next, you've got this. The front and back, you're going to have a first and second floor. Clink. And then you got this. Well, this is kind of crooked looking. Let's see, I think that's the top. That's the top, so it's got to be right there. So we're going to cut this. It's going to be all right. We're going to get this. All right, there's another one of those. Here's a peak. Let me do the same thing here. I'm going to create the first floor. Then we're going to have the second floor, or we're going to have the peak rather. There it is. These pieces should all be the same. Yeah, pretty much. There's the peaks. Now we put it together. Grab our base, get some glue. Let's get some tape. Hold on, I gotta get some tape. I can't find my tape. So we're going to improvise with some pieces of paper and glue. We'll just have to make them as we go. That'll be our tape. Set that aside. All right, floor 1. It's going to go like this. Put that on the inside. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to cut the doors. So let's do that. How you doing, Fan Man's Kitchen? Fan Man's Kitchen has joined us. Maybe bring in Jeeves.
Hello, Al.
Actually, I'm going to keep this plugged in. So I can hear you guys chatting, because I'm getting pretty engrossed here. Little engrossage. Let's do a doorway. I'll put one in the front. We're going to eyeball this for 15 mil. Just cut out a little doorway, and I'll put a piece of paper behind it, and I could draw a door or something. So let's get that out of the way. Remember last time I did this, my windows and doors were kind of crooked, and you didn't really notice that unless you got down and stared at the model. Kind of like I'm doing right now. They're going to be a little off. You know. Let me grab one of my base of figures so I can make sure I get this right. Oh. Cut a little doorway. Then we're going to take some paper and glue it behind it, kind of so I could actually draw on the door or paint on the actual door. Same thing with windows. But we got to put something there. We got to cut out a door. And that's good enough. Doesn't have to be perfect. So there's one door. I'm going to put one on the side of the house too. So let's use this as a template. It's a pain in the ass, actually, these doors and windows. I'm guessing, James, that this isn't something you'd like to do. Probably isn't convenient. A little bit difficult, I should say. Alright, so there's a door on the side. Again, this is just a prototype. It's a little messy there. Alright, now we're going to do some windows. A couple windows on the side. We're going to put it right here. Oh, hold on, I don't have my headset on. I can't hear Jeeves. Again, they didn't have a lot of windows. Oh, there's a nice little... I should leave that in there. There we go. So there's that. Crawl through the chimney, people. All right, let me put my thingy-majiggy on here so I can hear you guys. Can you see all right? It's a little dark. Nah, not that you have to see. You could use your imaginations. Zoom in a little bit. Oh yeah, let me turn that down. Yikes. That'll have to do. So over top of all this is going to be spackle. I'm going to texture the whole thing with spackle. I don't want to use a gritty spackle. But yeah, we're going to use a spackle. That's why it can be a little bit sloppy here. I don't have to be so precise because the spackle is going to make all the proper adjustments for us. And at this stage, you could glue on little frames for the windows. I'm going to put a piece of paper behind all this so I could actually draw the doors or paint the doors and actually paint the windows. And you can actually paint the panes, the cross panes on there as well. If you wanted to, you could do that. This is just a prototype. I'm not going to go crazy. I just want to get some doors on there. Some windows. This is a little crookeder than I wanted. That's why you need templates. It's a lot easier than eyeballing it. And let's put a, let me see, nothing here. Let's put a window in the peak. Just a little window. So you got guys up there in the attic, they got something to look out and shoot or spot. Otherwise there's no point to going upstairs. Okay, we got a little portal up there. Do it on the other side too. Let me actually template this. So we got a window there, we've got a door here, we've got a side with 2 windows, nothing on the back. Let's put one more window. Window? Yeah, let's put another window. I don't want to do windows. Let's put a window. Oh, geez, I just realized there's a second floor here. Let me see. Right? It's supposed to be like that? Right? Yeah. That looks pretty good, actually. So we need something, windows for the second floor then. Okay, the peak is done. This side is done. Yeah, it's a little more involved here putting these floors on. Yeah, for sure. I gotta put in some extra windows for the other floor. So what we'll do is we'll take this door and make it a window. I'll have these 2 windows, so three windows up there. That should work. Let me use a pencil for this. So something like that. And in the back, we'll put 2 windows. Now we'll put 3 more. Might as well. And the peak. And I think that's, let me see here. There's that. There's this. Yeah. All right. Let's do some. All right. Let's go crazy and put in windows on every floor. Lots of windows. We're gonna do lots of windows. Alright, and for this we're going to put a window right in the middle. And same thing with this. So this is going to have lots of freaking windows. I don't care. There's going to be windows everywhere. Am I doing this right? This seems like I got too many floors here. Let me back up a second. Let's see. We got this and that. This and that. We got this. We got a floor above it. Then we got the back. We got a floor above it. And then we've got these peaks. So this is actually 3 floors. That's not what I was thinking. What did I do wrong here? This doesn't seem right to me. What did I do wrong, JJ? What is this? I'm confused. Let me try and build this thing. Get this and this. Alright. And then the next floor is this. And it's got this on it. So I need a floor here. This is level 2. I know what's throwing me off. These peaks essentially created an attic. Yeah, it's supposed to be 2 floors. what's throwing me off is that when I cut these little triangles, I created an attic. I created a third floor. That's interesting. Da-ba-da-da-da. So if I got an attic floor, don't I need another floor? I think I goofed up with this. Yeah. Let me see here. I should put the first floor together. Let me do that. Late stream indeed. Yes, that's originally what I wanted to do is... Hey there, Marsh. This was supposed to be just for support, but for some reason I created an attic out of it. I didn't need to make it this big. It didn't have to be the full triangle. It could have been half as high. I just wanted some support for the roof. But I inadvertently created an attic floor. So I might have to just ignore that. And... where was this anyway? Da, 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 da. So we'll set them aside and focus on these. Let's put the first floor together. Again, this is just a prototype. It's going to be hit or miss and a lot of testing going on here. Once I get this figured, it'll all go smooth. Smooth. Hey, you gotta have an attic. That's for the snipers and the spotters. Hey there, Marsh. What's going on, my friend? Try and square these up a little bit better. They should just pop out. Oh God, I didn't even go through that with the hide. Kaplunk, kaplunk, kaplunk. Doodle doo 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 doo. There, I got some little windows. And the back of the building. Let's see, I need the other side too. Chunk, chunk. And let's just put 2 windows. So I guess if you were really rushing this, you could actually just not cut the windows out. You could just not bother with cutting these out and just paint on, or what you could do is actually just put little pieces of card to show the frame of a window or a door around it, and then in the space within it you can leave it flat and just paint on the window. That's an option too. You don't have to go to this extent, like, oh, I gotta cut all these windows out. You guys know what to do. You guys know what to do. Okay, I'll leave that. I'll leave this one. Second floor. You want to put a window there? Nah, no window. Alright, so here we are. The first floor. Actually, this is the second floor. So here's the first floor. All right, let's put this together. Let's do the first floor and see what it looks like. I'm gonna use glue. Let's put it on this way. There's that side. Let's do this side. I don't even need new tape. This is holding together quite well. All right. What's his name? Whacker. Play my music on the run. Wonder why that is. I've used HO scale with my 15 mil. It's bigger, but you can hardly tell the difference, at least in my mind. The tracks, I mean, I've used some train tracks. What an interesting little project. Alright, let's let that dry. And let's start working. Make walls out of this stuff too. I put the wrong wall in. Damn it. I gotta take this out. I put the wrong wall in. Oh. Let's put the paper on. Put a little glue behind it. We'll put some paper behind all this so we got a little place to paint the windows and door. Something. Yeah, I painted a commission of Victrix World War II. Got some pictures if you want to see them. I did. I don't know what I did, Germans or Brits. They were really nice. Pictures. Let me get this set up and then I'll grab some pictures. I forgot to put the paper behind the doors and windows. So let me do that. Just a little paper. Get something. Paint. Draw a little window pane. Just a little piece of paper. Glue it on there. Little doorway. Of course, I gotta remember I gotta paint the insides of these too, don't I? Just basic colors. So I gotta make sure the paint or the paper here isn't too obvious. You can see what that looks like now. So I got paper behind all those windows and doors. One thing I got to make sure of, I believe, is that this top is nice and flush, ideally. Again, spackle will fill in any gaps, so we're good, but we gotta, that's why it doesn't have to be perfect. But let's try and fix a little bit of this lack of flatness on the top. Make it nice and flat. Yeah, that's pretty damn good, actually. So the goal of this project is actually to have fun, enjoy actually crafting your own little buildings in a cheap and inexpensive way. So I guess that's the goal here. 'Cause, you know, you could buy these things. You could buy all of it. Templates, you could buy actual buildings, whatever. It's pretty special though when you can make your own stuff. Just personalizes and customizes your hobby even more, right? Feels more like yours. I think that's a big important thing in the hobby. And it's fun. Let's make sure a base fits in here too. That guy just fits in, so that's going to hold one team per floor. So I could get a squad and a half in there. Yeah, I agree. And doing it your own way, you know? Doing it in a way that looks good and it's enjoyable for you, right? Old school. This will be really cool because I never made buildings that were removable roofs and stuff, so that's gonna be really cool. So far, so good. Started off like a whirlwind, no problems, until I got to the floors and cutting the windows. You know, that looks good. That's pretty good, right? Look at that. I could paint all that right in there, the door and the windows. Paint the frame and everything. You could put little pieces of thin card on the sides to make little shutters. You know? I don't think I'll do that, but again, it's just a prototype. I don't really care that much. Just want to get this, just want to get it down pat, you know, so I know how to do this, and be a lot easier the second time and the third time, and just batch make the whole village. They're basically going to do the same thing here, except second floor. Well, how did you fail? I mean, once you got the fur, where's there an issue? You just cut it and you're good. There's your wheat field. Or are you having an issue? Oh. So you just got to get the right color. What, did you order it online? You could try a craft place. Yeah, it sounds like, well, what you could do is actually experiment with some different dyes. I've never worked with teddy bear fur, really. How could you do that? I don't know. I have no experience with dyeing your own teddy bear fur. Yeah, you could, but it might mat it all together. I don't know. It could. I don't know. Yeah. I assume you bought it online, so you didn't know what it would actually end up looking like. Should look around at fabric centers, fabric stores, or Michael's or something if they have it, and look at it firsthand. Otherwise, Rit die. Yeah, so you can't be sure what you're gonna get. I'd see if you could pick it up local. Go to Michael's, call ahead or something, see if they got it in stock. You might come across something that's perfectly colored the way you want it. Or ask around, maybe somebody knows with experience, they know exactly where to get that particular color. That's an idea too. Yep, not with me. That sounds like a good question on a Facebook group or something. You could ask around there. If someone can give you a brand name and a name for the color, you could just look for that online and grab that. That's what I would do. I've never actually used any. I use a Cigar Box. Cigar Box battle mats. They have one of their furs. It's not exactly teddy bear fur, but it's kind of works like teddy bear fur. It's longer, but not as long as teddy bear fur. It's the whole mat is made of this stuff. What is it made of? They make them out of fleece. And it's pretty good. I got some of those. I got a whole bunch of cigar box mats. This one here on the table is a cigar box, but this is their felt or something. I make my own mats. There you go. All right, let's put some flaps on. Is this gonna look odd when the second floor is sitting on top? Shouldn't there be like a I'm not gonna worry about it. Prototype. Let's build the second floor. So these two and these two. I'm gonna cut some windows. Now this will be tricky because there's no floor on this. Actually, I have to make a floor, don't I? Yeah, I gotta make a floor. Let's cut these windows first. Teddy bear fur. There's a guy on YouTube, JP Wargaming. He uses a lot of teddy bear fur. He could probably tell you. I think it's JP Wargaming. If you want, I'll find the channel. He does a lot of 28mm wargaming, American Revolution, Napoleonics. He puts on some really beautiful games. And in his garage, he's got a beautiful layout. And he's got a lot of teddy bear fur. He'd tell you. He's not a big channel or anything. He could fill you in. I think it's called JP Wargaming. You could look that up on YouTube. If that's not him, I will look for him for you. You guys might know who I'm talking about, maybe. Alright, I gotta have a floor here because I want it on the inside of this thing. I've gotta have it on the inside. So, let's do that, shall we? I don't know what size that's gonna be. That's gonna be tricky. That's gonna be tricky. That's gonna be a tricky one. I don't know how to do things. How do I do this? I want it on the inside of this little rectangle. I want it on the inside. I don't know how I'm going to do this. So I have a couple mats in the Discord I made. I'll make my own mats. Let me look now, JJ, because I'll forget. Oh yeah, I see him. I'll make those as well. What's the cloth made of? Hi, Chris. I hope you're not still mad at me. I've been worried for days. My Canadian friend. What'd you make them out of, JJ? Do, 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 do. It's nice. What's that, Mars? What is that? What do you got going on there? Rocks and everything. Boy, that's nice. You just roll them up, right? Yeah. It's kind of like what I was doing with the felt. So mad. Uh-oh. JJ says it's rubber sheeting with caulk on the top, covered with flock and rocks. Yeah, that works pretty good. It's rubber sheeting. Huh. Boy, we are a creative bunch of fellows, aren't we? And ladies. Got some ladies in the community here. I use painter's cloth drop sheets. Huh. Wow. I bought the wrong canvas. Non-rubber backing. Bastards. Then it says it works great. We must have watched the same tutorials. And I must have missed out. I know the Triumph guy on YouTube. They make a lot of mats. Kind of like that. I don't know the materials or process, but it looks very similar. Harbor Freight carries them. Ah. Huh. Mats are actually a least of concerns for me. I got so many tables and so many cigar box. I got mats out the wazoo. But it would be fun to make my own. It really would. Rubber backed. We could do a video on that in the future. I was there and grabbed the wrong one in haste. What were you in haste for? Running for your life? Those sisters of battle tracking you down? Watch out, JJ, watch out. Disappear and we'll never hear from you again. Heresy. Let the purge begin. Let's put some paper behind all these windows. These windows. Shall we? I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm concerned. I'm worried. I don't know what to do. Some people call me the space cowboy. Okay, that's that one. Gotta get one for here next. Good to hear from you again, Chris, by the way. Hope you're doing okay, my friend. I don't think we saw you yesterday, did we? I did get kind of worried. I lost my friend. I did. Damn oracles. That oracle is a troublemaker. That's what it is. A little troublemaking. Alright. Alright. How the heck am I going to do this? I'm not even sure it's possible to do what I'm trying to do here. I need a floor to go inside, but I don't think I could put it on the inside. I might have to put this on top of the floor. The walls, I'm saying. I don't know how I'm going to cut that properly. Because I'm a big numbhead. I don't know how to do things. Maybe I could do like a corner and use that as like a template for the floor. Just put together two sides. Maybe that's what I'll do. Right? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, let's try that. We'll do a little, we'll put two of them together. Just like this. And we'll just, yeah. And when I make the floor, I could base it off of this. Just sketch that out. And match it up with this. I'll put this side together too. Let me put this side together. Gotta watch things don't end up lopsided here. Let me make sure this is gonna go on properly. Getting a little tricky here, a little tricky. This will be on here like that, so we want to put this on like this. Alright, let's get this right. Just like this. Alright. So there's that side, here's this side. What do you think? Am I doing this right? Fritz, you get me hankering for some from karaoke singing. Do 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 do. Had to do some winter prep in the yard. Yeah, it's getting there, isn't it? I did a 6x12 map of Malay. Woohoo! I'm working on a Singapore map on the drop cloth right now as we speak. Wow. Let me use this little mat here that I'm working on to actually line up these things. It's actually freaking useful for that, right? Now, let's let them dry. Use my projector to project map on the canvas. Oh yeah? I used to do that back in the day when I was making maps for AD&D. Trying to think exactly what I was doing. Because back then I didn't have access to printers and stuff. So if you wanted a duplicate of a map, you have to trace over it. So what I did is I took a big piece of glass, right? And I kind of put it on my knees and on the edge of a table. And underneath that glass, I had a big light shining straight up through the glass, all right? So what I did is I took the map I was going to trace over, like maybe it's a colored map or something from a page in a book, and I'll put the map on top of the glass with the light shining through. And then I take the paper that I'm going to draw on, I put it over top of the map, so I could see through it. I don't know how I come up with this idea, but I came up with it. And the light shining through the glass, you know, I could see the map underneath that I was tracing. So I could literally trace it on, say, hex paper. And know where all the hills are and everything. That's the way I made maps on my hex paper. God, that was pretty creative. This is back in the 80s and stuff. How did I figure that out? I have no idea. Maybe I was thinking school projector. I don't know. All right, man. Then when this goes together, it's going to go just like that. And that's going to set on top of this frickin' thing. Woohoo, baby! Is that going to work or what? I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. Let's make sure it's not sideways and crooked. Yeah, that looks pretty good there. There. Tricky part's gonna be the floor. The floor. The floor. It'd actually be easy to do if I set it on top of the floor, but I don't want it on top of the thing. Spray paint, airbrush. Airbrush it. Very neat idea. Traced it out. Make the floor go below walls halfway, so it plugs into the first floor. Yeah, I could do that. I don't think this is thick enough for that, but yeah, that would work. What I'm going to do, Chris, I'm going to put little lips on the inside, so it'll look like here's the piece, and what I'll have is like this lip sticking up from the inside like that of card or something, and then it just sits right on top on the outside of it, so the lip will be on there, kind of keeping everything neat and tidy. I think that'll work. Because I'd never done this before. I never made removable floors. But so far, it's actually pretty straightforward. This is just a prototype, so we'll see. It might be a disaster in the end, and I'll never do it again. So screw it, I'm just going to throw them together. Make-believe troops are inside. fun though. It's fun doing this. It's been a long time. Let's cut this a little bit. It's fun. Do you still make your own stuff? Besides 3D printing stuff, Chris, do you still make your stuff every now and then? Crafty side of all this. Sometimes. Yeah, it's nice. Because I know you 3D print like a madman. But for me, I got 3D printers too, but I'm not going to make everything with it. It's fun to actually make your own stuff. It's like it, makes it very personal? I don't know. Personalized? Personalized. Don't paint as much as before. But I've been designing my own stuff. Gangster of love. Ooh. I'm playing catch-up. Playing catch-up on what I have printed. Yeah. I bet you are. Alright, next. This floor. It's not exactly dry yet, but let's lay it on a flat piece here. Yes. And let's see if we could kind of draw the floor in here. Or score it or something. Let's score it. See if I can hold that in place. This is probably a bad idea. Alright, let's draw it instead. Is that gonna work? Ooh, baby. Is that gonna work? Just gotta know where I'm gonna do the cutting and the strutting. I don't think that's... Yeah, I can barely see that. I need a felt pen or something. I'm running out of steam. Maybe I should put tape on that. What am I doing? Let me see. Is this a nice straight edge? This is actually nice. Let me draw the end of it on here. So if I put this on here like this, boy, that's a long wall. So that's one side of our floor right there, right? Kinda. Should be a little longer. And what we need to do is match it up with this side. Like this, and that's not dry yet. It's gonna go on there like this. That doesn't look right. Yeah, this is tricky. Let me see. Let me put this back on here too. That goes like this. Yeah, I don't know how to do this properly. This is all just like... Well, if I could put it on this way, then draw it. Yeah, maybe that's what I could do. Just put this together, and that'll just naturally be our template, right? I thought maybe just doing an L here would be enough, but I don't know. I'm trying to do a floor for this, and I want the floor to be inside the walls. If you know what I mean. Gotta make sure this is gonna fit the bottom floor. So that's gonna go there. And this is gonna be here. Maybe I can use paper for the floor. Just glue a sheet of paper and just cut that out. That would be a lot easier. Just want to make sure it fits, that's all. Just want it to fit. That's all. So I think what I'll do is I'll just put this upper floor together. I mean, I could just put this on top of the floor. That'll make the building a little taller. I could do that. Wait a minute. One thing I have to keep in mind is that little lip that goes on the inside. Yeah, that lip has to go on the inside of this second top story. It has to be able to get in there behind it so it don't flop around. So I can't put the floor on the bottom of this. I can't put it too low either. It's got to be up a ways. Yeah. Like right where the windows are. Right under the windows. That's where I'm going to have to put it. And that's okay. That's not a big deal. Again, this is a prototype. We're learning as we go. So, yeah, we need to do that. So let's not get fussed too much about this. I think I'm just going to cut a floor piece as close as possible to the interior space available. And I'm going to drop it in there, and I'm going to glue it so it's right on the bottom of those windows. So there's a little bit of a space underneath the floor to catch that lip that's going to be on here. It's not going to be a big lip, but there has to be some space. Chris did have a good idea about the floor being halfway. That would be a great idea, but this isn't very thick. I'd have to put a floor that's twice as thick or something. And that would work. If it fit. So let's see what this is looking like so far. There we go. It's shiny as can be. So far it's looking pretty good. Yeah, that'll do. That'll really do. Yeah. I've never done this before. It's very interesting. Once I get this figured out, it'll be a lot easier. Then we could just mass produce the buildings. Cereal box cut and glued bottom of wall. Cereal box is a good idea. Cereal box. Once you know how to do this, everything's easier. It's easy when you know how. But so far I'm liking this process. This is not bad at all. We're going to do this. And then I've got the freaking roof. I've got these to go on there. So I can't do this until I have a roof. I was going to use corrugated card for the roof. But I might as well use this. I don't have any templates for the roof. I'm going to have to guess that and line it up. But yeah, that'll be 2 pieces. We'll score it instead of cutting through it, so both sides just fold down. Then we just have to fill in the top of the roof with some filler. And then we're going to take these little guys and get that angle we need. So we just fold it along these 2, which is great. And yeah, that's it. So we just got to measure the center point down, so we got some overhang. That's it. And we're going to need a lip on the inside of floor 2 to go behind this frickin' thing. And maybe along the long side of the roof, we might put another, not a lip, but a strip of card almost as long as the roof, or almost as long as the wall, to kind of drop in on the second floor top part and catch it so it won't flop around this way. You know, kind of catch it, keep it in place. So it'll be good this way and it'll be good this way. You just pop it off and pop it on. Second floor, same thing. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. And then we'll texture the whole thing with smooth spackle. And paint the windows, the door. We'll texture the roof with, make it look like shingles with the spackling and a knife or toothpick, and let it dry. Paint it up and seal it. All good. That'll be our little building with removable roof and floor. Ooh, I forgot something. I've gotta make sure this is and I'm not going to worry about a third floor with the attic. That was a mistake. So the second floor is actually going to have 2 windows. 2 in the front and 1 on the back, I guess. but the windows are going to be over top of each other like there's another floor, but there isn't. Somebody's got a ladder. Or maybe it's just a high light entering window, right? I imagine the soldiers could take advantage of that and get up there. Maybe they can pile some boxes. Maybe there's a ladder. They can get up there and access that top window. Because there's no floor. It's almost like a barn window, if you know what I mean. Kind of waiting for this to dry. We will get there. We will get there. The floor. So this is what I was going to do. I was going to glue that and then put this over the material that I'm making the floor with. And kind of tracing it out. Let's see if that worked. Yeah, we got it. And hoping for the best when we cut this. I don't want it to be too small. But that's the floor. So let's kind of cut this out. Let's see what we get. Hopefully it fits. This could be a pain. If I have to do this every time, there's got to be a better way to do it. You guys got any ideas? I'm gonna have to ponder. But I don't know, is this really that hard to do? Maybe it's not. All depends. If I can get this in the first try, that would be wonderful. Wunderbar. But I don't know. Does anybody get it on the first try? Maybe? No? Alright, so there's our floor. It's nice. It's very nice. Now, let's see if it fits. Oh my, it's perfect. Look at that. Look at that. I got it. And the only thing is, I gotta make sure it's up, because there's gonna be a little lip. Sticking up from the other floor. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's put glue on the inside of this floor. Or something. This is where tape would be useful. But I think it's going to hold. Get some white glue in there. I think this will hold. No, I hope it goes in the second time here. Kind of. Yeah, that's going in. We got it. We got it. We got it. Now I got to push it up. Like that. And that's it. There's our second floor. Wow. Not bad. You can see there's a little... Is there a gap there? No, it's a shadow. That's a shadow. But you see how it's got to be like that. This is the bottom of it. Got to have a little extra space there for the lip. Yeah, for the most part, that's pretty good. Yeah. I don't know, was that difficult? Was that hard to do? I don't know. Doesn't have to be so mega perfect and tight fitting. It really doesn't. You can have little gaps in it. It's not going to be an issue. As long as it's not major and won't hold. Like, that was pretty good. So the lips, I'm going to glue little strips on there so it's glued to the inside of the first floor along all four walls. Just a little strip, a little length, and it sticks up. And that's what's going to catch on here and keep it from coming off or even just bouncing around. It should be pretty solid in there. So the question is, what do I use for that lip? Do I use thick card? Do I use this stuff? This is pretty thick. 5 millimeter. Or do I use something like Chris suggested? Cereal box cardboard. Unfortunately, that does give. I'd rather something a little more solid. Maybe some thinner corrugated card like this stuff. That's pretty thin. Maybe that's just the right size. It's not going to be huge. It's just going to be a little tiny lip coming up, maybe 3 millimeters or something. Enough to catch the bottom of this. That's all. It could actually be this if I wanted to, but I think it's too thick. I gotta make sure there's space for me to fit the base in there. I gotta make sure that's pretty tight, actually. God, that might be an issue. I'd have to put it in like this. That's a little narrow. Look at that. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty cool. Box, maybe double it up. Cereal box doubled, maybe. That might be a good idea. Because this is so narrow, let me make sure this fits in there. Yeah, it does. Because it's so narrow, maybe it might be a good idea to, like, instead of a long strip going all the way along, maybe I could just have like a short piece up here and a short piece down here. Same thing over here. The front and back doesn't matter. But instead of going all the way down with that lip, just put one down in this area, one up here. Because I'm thinking, you know, I want to be able to put the base in there and take it out without catching on that freaking lip. I could see how that's going to catch. Because it's just the way I made this was a little too narrow for the base. I mean, it's not a major problem, but I'm thinking convenience here. So when I make these again, I've got to remember I need this a little bit longer. Maybe put these walls on the outside of the front and back, the narrow ends, because I have them on the inside of these narrow ends. So it's tighter this way. So I might get an extra 4 or 5 millimeters if I go that way, right? Maybe I could do that without making the building too big. You follow me? You follow me? Raisin Bran boxes is my go-to. Yeah, I have to think, do I even have any cereal boxes? I got some boxes. Yeah, for that. Yeah, I'll figure that out. I'll look around before I do that. But yeah, this is gonna work, man, right? It's gonna work. So far, so good. I feel special. I got removable roofs. I will think about this. There's a couple little spots that are a little bit tricky that I feel could be done a lot easier. But overall, this is really slick. I like it. Well, that's really it. I guess I could do the roof. Yeah. I gotta kind of look at it though when it's all together. Let me see. I don't think that's big enough. Get another piece. I have tons of this stuff, by the way. Gee, I don't even know how I would... I kind of got to go by this, don't I? Now that I think about it, why did I cut these off? I don't think I needed to cut those off. For whatever reason, I decided that, you know what, we got to cut these off. And maybe that's why I'm having an issue here. I'm creating a third floor. Which I didn't want to do. So I think if I do this again with this particular template, I'm not going to cut these off. I did it mainly for stability of the roof. So I guess it's actually a good idea, cutting them off now that I think about it. Hey doing, Harry D? I thought you wanted to support the roof with those. Yeah, I did. That's why I cut them off. Because if I didn't, it's not like I needed to cut them off. I could just, with the roof, I could just cut little strips of this stuff and put it on inside, and it would sit over top of these things. You know, it'd be fine. But what this does, it gives me an angle to work with, so I can shape it. The roof, that is, when I put the pieces together, and it gives it a little strength on the top, something to adhere to. Because otherwise, it's just this frickin' wedge, this bent roof. What's holding it in that position? Nothing, except these. So yeah, I guess I do need to cut these off for that purpose. Harry has once again returned to see what all this nonsense is about here, this crafting and painting and hobbiness. Hobby days are here again. Diddle-diddle-doo, ba-din-da-da-da-ba, didn't-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hobby days are here again. Hobby days are here again. What do you say, Harry? Hobby's here. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Perfect. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm doing absolutely fantastical. So I had a good dinner before I sat down and did the stream tonight. We're going to have another dinner tonight because I'm starving once again. Going to enjoy myself. Deep sigh as I work on this new project here. Working on a prototype building as I've never done this before. Removable roofs, removable stories to this 1940s era French village building. It's got removable floors to it and a removable roof, which is really cool. I've never done this before. Not where things were removed. That's the new part of it. It's kind of interesting. Interesting how you could do this yourself. But we'll see. I really don't know until it's all put together. So far, so good. There's a couple little spots where I think it can be improved. But we're just going to wait and see. Kind of waiting for it to dry a little bit. The number one rule is that when you're making your own stuff, particularly buildings, it doesn't have to be perfect, because it's not going to be perfect. Especially in this scale. If I was doing this in 28 mil, it would probably be a lot easier, I think. This is a little bit trickier. I got a gap here. Yeah, JJ's got a whole supply of goodies there to work with. Basically the same thing I'm doing. Except he's got pre-cut MDF, precision cut. In my case, I'm eyeballing stuff and X-Acto knifing. I got my own templates that I made years ago, a decade ago, that I still use. Did you get a chance to glance at the adventure book I posted? Just curious. I saw the link. I didn't look at it, but I'll look at it. I'll look at it right now. Yeah, because you were part of that, right? Let me go back and take a look. Let's go check out some things here. JJ's good enough to share this. His project that he did over on Drive Through RPG. Where did you put the link? I'll find it here. There it is. Saltmarsh Side Treks. Let's take a look at this cover. Ooh, best Electrum seller. JJ, are you? Oh yeah, there you are. JJ Walsh, is that you, man? Oh wow. Part of the D&D Guild. Is it called D&D Guild? I know it's the Guild something. Wizards Guild? Something. Saltmarsh Side Treks Tier 1 events. Let's go check this out. If you're looking for some fun seafaring action, check this out. It's at the Wargames Vault. Well, let's go click it. Is this showing? No, it's not showing. Hold on, I keep forgetting to transition. Let me show it again. Get over there. Okay. Alright, let me go back here. Hold on, JJ. There it is, it's in the background. Let me get this off the screen. Do 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 do. Ah, there it is. Let's check it out. Saltmarsh Side Treks 1. Who's your co-author there? Anyasvara? Nice artwork. Welcome to Saltmarsh Side Treks. Saltmarsh, of course, is something they did. Wizards of the Coast did for D&D 5e. Right? Saltmarsh? Am I thinking that right? Welcome to Saltmarsh Side Treks. Within these 67 pages, you will explore the swashbuckling seafaring, smuggler-infested shores of Saltmarsh and the seas beyond. We have taken a bunch of the adventure hooks printed within Ghosts of Saltmarsh and fleshed them out. Now you have the opportunity to take both DMs and players alike deeper into the town of Saltmarsh. Again, this was something Wizards of the Coast published for 5e, Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Not only will this book allow your players to have immersive interactions with existing NPCs and locations in Saltmarsh, okay? It also includes the following to help expand your campaign into the political world of Saltmarsh even further. 12 side trek adventures for Tier 1 play, fully incorporated into Saltmarsh with its politics and personalities. 18 highly detailed maps, including a zip file for use with your virtual tabletop gaming, or print them out to full-size battle maps if you so desire. New magic items specifically tailored for Saltmarsh. New monsters to terrorize the players. New NPCs to use with the included adventures, or for use by players as well. So the players could have some pre-gens, I guess it's what it's saying. All this and more. We even included a table of contents and a helpful guide to how to best insert these side treks into the existing Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Or, if you choose, use the side treks by themselves in your own campaign. The choices are yours, and they are many. Whatever you decide to do with the information contained within these pages, we hope overall you have fun. Oh, you didn't help with Saltmarsh too. Oops, where did it go? Anyasvara. Trying to see if you collabed with anything else. This Anyasvara seems to be quite involved here. Well, that's JJ's contribution. I don't see any other ones, but yeah, he's part of that. Confirm your resubmission. Saltmarsh Sidetracks 1, and it's $9.95. If you're interested, folks, there you go. Fanatic Fish Folk. Nice. How you doing, Clyde? I'm here to apologize for the rudeness. What a lovely stream to rest. Fritz, do you get a chance to glance? I just did. I wrote it. Oh, you did it. And he publishes it under his banner? Anya? I assume it's a guy. I don't know. My friend did the layout. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, that's worth really looking into then if you did it. Support the community here. DM's Guild, that's what it was. DM's Guild. Guild, the guildiest guild for all guilds. Diddly dally da, tra la 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 la, tra la 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 la, guildy guild. Well done, says Sir Jams. My friend did the graphics. I wrote the whole damn thing. How many pages is it? How many pages does it say here? 67 pages, including art. That's decent. That's pretty good. 2020. File last updated May 1st, 2020. So you wrote this quite a while ago then. Wow. Oh, congratulations. There you go, folks. Planning on writing any more stuff? Well done, says Clyde. Nah, I got boned on that second book. They wanted all the money, so I was left out. Figures. They wrote it, and it's not doing nearly as good as mine. Of course not. The first one always does better. At least to say we don't speak enough. Ah, okay. Well, that's that. Oh well. Well, you can always do your own projects on DM's Guild. You can write your own. You do the layout. You do all the stuff. It's not that hard. Just time consuming. I was involved in 3 other books, but only as a contributor. I likes my writing. I likes me writing. I was involved in 3 other books, but only as a contributor. Did you get credit for your contributions? Or was it totally under the radar? Oh. You should do it yourself. Do it yourself, man. You could publish under DM's Guild or whatever else there is. I think there's Pathfinder too, Pathfinder Infinite. Or you just publish your own stuff. Generic. And that's specifically for 5e. It's DM's Guild, so it's all 5e, right? I mean, technically. Or specifically. I need a graphics person, to be honest. I can't do the layout. Yep, 5e. There you go, folks. Check it out if you're a 5e player interested in 5e or 5e compatible products. Here's something one of our community members wrote in its entirety, with a little help from some other folks, of course, like the DM's Guild. You can grab it right here. Let me post the link to it if you're interested. It's also on Discord, but I'm going to post it here publicly for anybody watching the stream now, later. There you go. Ba-bum. Go check it out. Of all things, War Games Vault. Shouldn't it be over on RPG, Drive Through RPG, the sister channel to this company that has these things, War Game Vault? I know it's the same company. But yeah, it's over on War Games Vault, of all places. Oh. Yeah, it's under all three. Oh, okay, I got it. Oh, that's even better, right? There's drive-through cards, there's drive-through comics, drive-through RPG, drive-through fiction, War Games Vault, which is your wargaming stuff. Rooftops. There's something for rooftops. Heroic maps, rooftops. Heroic maps, stories, chambers of blood. Shaka chaka cha. Dungeon Master Guild. Oh. I lost my gas for this project. I got tired. That's dry now. I think I could work on the roof. Yeah, so this is going to be the top. Yeah. So let's see how I can do this. I want to make a roof, and I'm thinking of using this. I could use cardboard. It's a little thinner than this. I don't think it matters, really. I don't even know how to do this. I forgot how I was making roofs. Would I just randomly cut it or what? Because you gotta... I want to measure things. Let's just wing it. I'm just gonna wing it. Let's see. Let's see here. Let me measure this angle, and we'll put it on this top floor. Let's measure one side of it. How far do we go? We want it right down 1.5 inches. An inch, no, a little more than that. Let's make it 1 3/4 inches. 1 3/4 inches, right? Is that too long? That's too long. No, that's actually just right. 1.75 inches. That's what we want. So 3 inches. Let's go with 3 inches. Let's see where that takes us on here. If we cut a 3-incher from there to there, this should be the entire roof. Okay? And the center point, wait a minute, 1.75 inches, not 1.5 inches. I messed up there, didn't I? You guys probably caught that. Right there, I think that's it. The center point will be 1.75 inches. All right. Now how about the length? The length, we're going to make that 3 3/4, 3 3/4, 3 3/4, 3 3/4. 3 3/4, 3 3/4 inches, 3 3/4. All right, 3 3/4. That's the length we're gonna make this bad boy. All right, 3 3/4. Right there. 3 3/4. Right there. Right there. Oh, whoops, that's got to go all the way down, doesn't it? Wait a minute, what do I do here? There. This is the halfway mark. Hold on, hold on, hold on. There's the halfway mark. Should be the halfway mark. Better double check that. We don't want to get too goofy here. That doesn't look lined up right. Damn it. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, that's way off. I want it coming right here. This is the halfway mark right there. That was way off. That's much better. There's our halfway. And we got this side. Hold on, I'm almost finny. Almost finny. There we go. Alright, there's our roof. Does that look right? Can you see that? It's hard to see with the glare. But yeah, I think that's gonna work. Let's cut it out. Let's cut this out. I don't care. Rock and roll. Cut all the way through. And then this side we're going to cut all the way through. I probably should read the chat. Sorry, hold on. I'm all invested in this now. Okay, now we've got to do... I don't know, is that right? That doesn't look right. That does not look centered to me. Did I screw this up? That's good. I think I messed this up. Oh, I'm way off the mark here. Ah. I gotta do some math. My brain is not functioning. Let me do this properly. I gotta break out my calculator here. Hold on a second. I just went totally dumb here. Okay. Okay. 3.5 inches. 3.5 inches wide. So I was right the first time. I added an extra quarter here. So I'm a little bit too wide. Should be 3.5 inches. I feel like I'm building a house here. This is legit, man. This is legit. A little house building. Putting a roof on. Okay, let's cut this completely through. Fantastic. Maybe we could use that for a lip. Now, 1.75 inch, 1.75 inch, which is right. Oh, that is right. All right, let's do it. Let's cut it through here. We're just going to score it. This is just going to be scored. I'm not going to go all the way through, and we're going to pop it. There it is, right there. There's our roof. Look at that, beautiful. That beautiful roof. Look at that. That's almost perfect. There's a little gap there, just on this one end. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. So we're just going to glue this in there like that, and there it is. We're done. That's it. That's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. Instant roof. Of course, we should probably test it out here. See what that's going to look like on here. It's kind of difficult. It's going to sit on here. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Yeah, I can't do this. But anyway, this is going to sit onto here like that. Yeah, that's perfect. Well, that went flawlessly. And this little lip I could use. I could put that on the inside. Because I need that to kind of go on the inside of the walls here. Just a section of this to kind of catch it. Well, we'll see. Gonna have to line these up with this, make sure they're in the right spot, and there it is. Oh, I could make a little halfway house too, couldn't I? I could do a single story with this. I wonder if I could. That would be kind of cool. Instead of using the second story, I could just put this on there. Ah. Might work. That would be mega cool. Anywho, says JJ, I buy most of my RPG and skirmish games on those sites because I can use my income as credit. Ah. That's smart. James says having beans and toast and watching on. You are. Beans and toast. So what I'll do for this peak here, because it's got this little gap in it, that's going to be all spackled. I'll put a little chimney in here somewhere. Sculpt it out of... Oh, you know what I use? I use celluclay, not spackle. It's called celluclay. It's basically paper mache, but very, very, very fine. It's called celluclay. It's the brand name. I don't think it's around anymore. But it's... Yeah, that's what I'll put in here. And that'll add strength to it, too. That's cool. If I can get a single story out of this just by putting that on, that's going to be a nice bonus that I didn't think of. If it matches up right, we'll see. But the next thing to do is to put these on. I just gotta line them up right. Let me see where the roof needs to be. And where this is going to be. It needs to be right there, which is back in here. I don't know. This is really hard to figure out. So what I'm going to have to do is eyeball this. I'm going to have to get some glue. And we're just going to put it on there. Approximately where it needs to go. Put enough glue on there to kind of work with. And then we'll pop that in there. Line it up so it looks right. And then let's bring the second floor over and match it up as close as we can. Let me see if I got this right. Let me flip it around. This is a tricky one. Yeah, that wants to go down. I probably should mark this somehow. How could I mark this properly? Let me see. Now that I got that glue in there. I'm getting ahead of myself. Ay, ay, ay. Let me see. I gotta do this better. Right there. I just gotta know where this thing needs to be on the roof. I don't want it too far back or too far forward. So it's gotta be right there. So within that line that I just put there. Yeah. And the same thing on the other side. Right in there. So it's got to be within this line. And if I do that, it's going to line up with this second story properly. So with that, let's do this again. I think that one's too far ahead. It's tricky. Again, there's a better way to do this than I'm doing it. I just need to sit and think. I'm doing a lot of eyeballing. Gotta love it. If you got OCD, you probably couldn't do what I'm doing right now. Everything's got everything's got to be perfect. That's not lined up. It's driving me crazy. Ta 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 ta. When I used to do hardscaping, 90% of my work was all done with eyeball. And we had line lasers and everything. And we'd use them, but I'd sit there and I would build the base of a wall with just my little hand level, my eyeball. And I'd get that baby spot on. I'm telling you, spot on. I didn't need no level. Is this gonna fit or what? Am I gonna have problems here? You gonna fit? You better fit. I'm gonna be mad. Well, it's lined up perfect. It's just I gotta leave a little space for it to reach the second floor. The roof is kind of butting it. Nothing major. Yeah, like there's a big gap there, so I gotta push this down. Yeah, that's not lined up. Wonder why that happened. This side's pretty good, but this side's a little off. There's a big gap there. You can kind of see it. There's more of a gap there. Looks all out of whack. Unless it's me just not lining this up right. Like right there, it's perfect, but it doesn't line up this side. But it's where it needs to be. There is a gap there. What's going on with this? Is there something going on with this? Yeah, there is kinda. It could be this. In which case, maybe I need to kind of this side's perfect. This side's got a freaking gap in it. You see, is it? Oh, it's hitting this thing over here. Yeah. There's a little. See that right here? On this side where my thumb is? There's a little sticky up there. You can see that, right? That's what I think is causing the problems. All I'd have to do is just cut that. And this will fit the way it should, I think. Won't be such a big gap. Because it's kind of keeping it from coming down. Yeah. Because this side doesn't have that gap and it fits right in there. So I'll do that. The important thing is I've got this glued and I've got these lined up with the top part of the second story. So it's pretty good. Look at that. And that was pretty quick to throw together. That's the key ingredient. You have to be able to just throw it together. God, was that even glued? What's going on here? Let me put some more glue in there. Let's not be too... Let's be generous with the glue there. Yeah, that's gluing away, so... So we'll fix that part so it sits flatter. But we gotta let this completely dry before we start doing things like that. Now what I'll do is I'll take little strips like this, not as long as this, maybe a third the length of this, and I'll put it in here. Put one over here so it matches the walls. So when I put this in like that, it'll kind of catch that little flap, kind of keep it in place. I think it will. Well, that's the idea, so we'll figure something out. That was really fast, you think? Cutting it, it went together quick. It's just, so it's worth cutting these out. If you're going to have a removable roof, cut out these little peaks. Cut them off from this thing and use them specifically to shape your roof. And then it's like boom, boom, right? Harry disappeared. Probably fell asleep. It is 9:44 here. I don't have OCD, but I've got ADD. So I'm just kind of like, okay, it's done. Good, next. Well, you must be a tough one to play role-playing games with then. ADD? Come on. I gotta work extra hard to keep your attention, do I? Oh boy. Oh boy. Well done, says JJ. James says, while you did that, I tidied my base rims and hit my minis with Tester's dull coat. Delcata. And Enbeaning. Little Enbeaning. Shaka chaka cha. This is cool. I could make a single-story building out of this. This is really nice. I could too. That fits right on there. So I've got a 2-story. I've got a single-story. And if I wanted, I could probably make a 4-story building with this thing. That's pretty slick. Wow. And that's all because I cut these peaks out. Let me make sure this is going to set right. It's not cockeyed. Yeah, it's setting right. One word. Mordheim. This is great. I forgot to put the paper behind the windows. Gonna have to remind me. Some of my recently painted Germans. Let me see if I can focus in. Little shadowy, but yeah, there they are. You could build a little village. Church, farmhouse. Yeah, I'm gonna make... That's a good point. These buildings here, they're three different sized family homes, essentially. Village type family homes. There's no barn, there's nothing like that, no church, but I could do that. I'm just going to make myself at least a half dozen of these buildings. And I think the next thing I'll do is actually see if I can make something like a barn for sure. And a church, maybe. A church would be a fun one. Just make some different kind of buildings instead of 3D print and everything. There's a straightaway. It's a good quarter mile. Right next to my house. People come up the hill. They turn the corner. I live right on the corner. They just turn this real gradual corner. And then it's a quarter mile stretch of pure straightaway. And people love to race up that bitch. Pardon the French. They just love it. Of course I did too. Bean factory. Make some houses first and work up to those. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That would be a good idea. Because I could just 3D print most of this stuff, but it would be fun to make a church. I'd like to make a church with a big steeple at the top where you can put a spotter. And definitely a barn. Sparkle house. Spank house. No. What the heck was that? Oh, you heard that, did you? But these are all country buildings, not really like in the, you know, the city type dwellings. Those I might 3D print. A little bit more involved in making those. I know Battlefront sells them. Like the houses of Paris. But I always fancied fighting in the French countryside. Look at that. That's a single story right there. Is that not good? Look at that. Oh, it's a little crooked there. Oh, I gotta hold this thing. It's not gonna glue. I'm getting impatient. Tape comes in handy right now. You know what? Maybe I could just... Well, I'm just going to be patient. I'm just going to sit here like this. Thanks, Chris. Good fun. It's good fun. It's great making this stuff and it all comes together. It's like, oh, wow, I did that? That's cool. You know, they don't have to be perfect. This is pretty good. I'm going to lock them right in there and it's going to be pretty nice. And hopefully, yeah, this will be a single story or a two-story. So for the time being, I guess this is what I'm going to be doing in my chats. I'm going to be making a building a day. See how good I get at it. If I can whip out 2 of them in a day. You know what? I need a rubber band. Let me get a rubber band. Put this on here. Oh. My gosh. There we go. If you make any duds, you can always blow them up. Yeah, good point. I gotta make them too, actually. I'm glad you brought that up. They're easy to make. You know, you could even make parts to some of these buildings. Like instead of putting this on as the roof, maybe I can take a roof that's like this and break it off and crumple it up and it's blown out. And that could be a replacement roof. Ooh, that just reminded me. If you could damage buildings during the game, that would be cool. Like, say I got some troops hanging out inside of this building. They're in the second floor, they're up top, they're everywhere. And let's say some American tanks come along and just hit it with some 105 HEs, or gets bombarded with some artillery. Just for funsies, as the troops are taking hits and damage, I could just replace the roof. And put on the version of this that's like half blown away. Or even just no roof, and you got this second story that's all blown out. The walls are coming down. It's still got a second story, partially, maybe half of it. And it can actually show battle damage during the game. That would be fun. And that's just a matter of making some alternate pieces. Yeah, especially the roof. Just to show, hey, there was fighting here. Take that. I hope that's on not too tight. Getting creative. Yep. Put some battery tea lights under your smoke. Burning building effects. Yeah, I get some tea lights on Amazon. Ka-blink, 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 ka-blink. Well, that would be nice. Maybe I'll do that. I am going to make some dedicated ruins, though. They're simple to make. Yeah. I'll make some of them. I imagine a church, for example, wouldn't be much different than this. At least in my head. I'd have to look at some pictures of French stuff. And just a big steeple-like thing coming off either the middle or the back of it. Probably the back of it. Like a back room. I'd have to look at that. Yeah, there'd be a big old steeple coming up with a removable roof where you can put a small base in. I'd have to make sure it's big enough to hold a base. Otherwise, what's the point? Not one of these, but the small bases. Where you'd put a spotter, not a whole team. These guys are all sprayed. Sprayed them last night. Sealed and everything, so they are good. If I see Jake this weekend, we'll try the rules for the infantry this time. I also want to put the decals and do the weathering on my 3 Panzer IVs this week. What is today, Monday or Tuesday? It's Monday. Some battery tea lights. I read that. What's up, Gemini?
Hey there.
Oh, not much.
Oh, that's cool. Do you have any plans for the rest of the day?
Well, it's getting late, actually. Probably going to eat like a pig. And then hang out and wait for Jesse to get home.
What a relaxing evening. What's your favorite thing to do when you have downtime like this?
Make terrain. I'm working on a building right now for Claims of War. I got a question for you.
Cool, what's your question?
Hold on, I'm thinking.
No worries. Take your time.
If I was going to get into 19th century Victorian colonial wargaming, what would be an ideal set of rules to utilize? I want to use 15mm scale. I want to fight bigger battles. What would you suggest?
The Sword in the Flame is a classic set of rules specifically designed for large-scale battles in that era. It's known for its relatively simple mechanics, which allow for a good balance between historical accuracy and playability.
What about the rules Battles for Empire?
Battles for Empire is another good option. It's a set of rules that focuses on the battles of the British Empire, so it might be a good fit for your interest in Victorian colonial wargaming.
What about Bloody Bigger Battles? Do you ever hear of them?
Yeah, I have. It's actually a pretty... Well, it sounds like you've got some great options to choose from. Are there any specific aspects of gameplay that are most important to you?
I love a set of rules that uses D6 six-siders. Please, no 20-sided dice, maybe 10-siders, but it has to have D6 in it. I'm a D6 man.
If you're a D6 enthusiast, the Sword in the Flame is a great option. It uses standard six-sided dice, and it's well regarded for its historical accuracy and playability.
Ooh, I like that idea. Historical accuracy, you say? Sounds sexy.
Yeah, the Sword in the Flame is known for its balance between historical accuracy and playability. It's a great choice if you want a game that feels true to the period without getting bogged down in overly complex rules.
What other sets of rules are there? What about, there's a game called Science versus Pluck. Have you ever heard of that?
That's an interesting one. Science versus Pluck is a bit different. It's more of a narrative game that blends wargaming with role-playing. It's designed to capture the feel of Victorian-era adventures, with a focus on storytelling and character development.
There you go. Science versus Pluck. Or Too Much for the Moody.
I haven't heard of Too Much for the Moody before. Is that another set of rules for Victorian-era wargaming?
I think it was a subtitle of the game, or it was a supplement. I don't remember. It was interesting.
Okay, so, Science versus. Pluck is definitely a unique option. It blends wargaming with role-playing, so it's great for storytelling and character development. The subtitle, Too Much for the Moody, really captures the flavor of those Victorian-era adventures.
I have a good friend from Australia. You know how they are down there. They're kind of upside down at times. He has a question for you. I'm going to give you that question now. Are you ready? Are you ready, Gemini, for my question from down under?
I'm ready. What's the question from your friend in Australia?
Why do aliens touch me in my sleep at night?
That's quite a question. While there are many stories about alien encounters, there's no scientific evidence to support the idea of aliens visiting people in their sleep. Can you tell me more about what makes you ask this?
My friend has been touched late at night, and he fears the worst. It could be aliens.
That sounds scary for your friend. It's possible they're experiencing something called sleep paralysis. It can feel like you're awake but unable to move. And sometimes people even hallucinate during these episodes.
That sounds spot on. A little hallucination. Maybe a little too much medicated before going to bed, perhaps?
That's possible. Sometimes medications can cause hallucinations as a side effect. It might be a good idea for your friend to talk to a doctor about what's been happening. Just a reminder that I don't provide medical advice or diagnoses. You should always talk to a medical professional.
All right. Well, thanks for that. I'll tell my friend. In fact, he knows right now what you just said. Fantastic, he says.
Fantastic. I'm glad I could help.
Poor James.
So should we move on to something else?
I don't know, I'm thinking. Be patient. Hold on.
No worries. Take your time.
Hallucination, baby. There you go, James. Could be a little hallucinating going on. A little too much of the medication. Too much of the greenery. Baked beans. You know I love baked beans, Gemini. Huh? Baked beans on a baked potato with cheese. Would you say that's a good eat?
Baked beans on a baked potato with cheese. That's definitely a hearty meal. It's got that savory sweet thing going on with the beans, and the cheese adds a nice richness. Do you like a lot of toppings on your baked potato?
Oh, I do. I really do. Do you have any suggestions? What else I could put on my beautiful little potato wedges and baked potatoes? Says something went wrong. What are some good toppings for baked potatoes besides beans and cheese?
How about some sour cream and chives for a classic combo?
Don't like
Or maybe
sour
some
cream.
crispy-
No. No sour cream.
Okay, no sour cream. How about some steamed broccoli and cheddar cheese? Or maybe some leftover pulled pork with barbecue sauce and coleslaw?
The latter sounds pretty good. Never thought of that.
Pulled pork on a baked potato is delicious. You could also add some diced red onion and a sprinkle of cilantro for a bit of freshness.
Ooh, cilantro.
Okay, so pulled pork with barbecue sauce and coleslaw, plus cilantro and red onion. Sounds like a feast. What else can I help you with?
Nah, I don't know.
I'm always here to chat about food or anything else you'd like. Maybe we could explore some other topping combinations for your baked potato. Or talk about your favorite way to prepare baked beans.
I got a better question. Are aliens real or are they demons? Are aliens real or are they demons? This is a question from my friend down in Texas. You know how they get down in Texas way. But what do you think?
That's a really interesting question. There's no scientific evidence to prove that either aliens or demons are real. What we do know is that there are lots of unexplained things in the universe, and people have been trying to make sense of them for centuries. What do you think?
Well, that's for me to know and you to find out.
Well, if you ever want to share your thoughts on the matter, I'm all ears. In the meantime, is there anything else I can help you with?
How does she know it's delicious?
Okay, I understand. Is there anything else I can help you with?
How about brisket? Is brisket delicious?
Brisket can be absolutely delicious. It's a flavorful cut of beef that's usually slow cooked until it's tender and juicy. It's really popular in Texas-style barbecue. Do you like brisket?
I do, but how do you know if it's delicious or not? Where's that information coming from, Gemini?
You're right to ask. I don't have personal taste buds, so I can't experience the deliciousness of brisket firsthand. My knowledge comes from analyzing tons of text and reviews online, where people describe its taste, texture, and how much they enjoy it.
Okay.
Would you like to hear some of the ways people describe brisket? Or is there another topic you'd like to explore?
The former.
Okay, here's what people often say about brisket. It's incredibly tender, you can practically pull it apart with your fingers. They also mention a rich, smoky flavor with a hint of sweetness from the caramelized crust. Does that sound about right?
That sounds spot on.
Great. Is there anything else you'd like to know about brisket? Or would you like to move on to something else?
I'm thinking.
Let me know if anything comes up.
What is a nerdy ogre?
A nerdy ogre is a fun, fictional character. Imagine a big, green ogre who loves to read fantasy books, play strategy board games, and maybe even collect comic books. They might be a bit awkward and shy, but they're also incredibly smart and loyal to their friends. Does that sound like anyone you know?
Yes, it does. Perfect.
Great. So what other questions do you have for me today?
I'm thinking. Hold on. So there you go. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la. Dibbidi-dap-di-da-la. I didn't think you did comic books. That's pretty close, though. That big green look of yours. Nerdy. How are things, Nerdy? Everything going good down there? Haven't talked to you in a few days. Down Texas way. Oh, Texas. I don't think you guys sound like this, but that's some deep south. Probably a little about east of you. Deep south. Pretty good. Pretty good. I gotta put some paper behind these upper windows in this make-believe attic. Gotta do that before I forget. Everything else is good. I have to let this dry before I have to cut this off because it's causing a problem. Maybe file it, smooth it out because I need a better fit for the roof. But yeah, that's pretty good. Put my little soldiers in here. Chink. Let's see. Plenty of room on the first floor. How you doing, Cooper? So this is a building I'm working on. It's going to have removable stories in it. So I'd never made one with removable roofs and stuff before, so this is a interesting little project. It's just a prototype. I'll try and get down a system for doing this. But so far, so good. I'm liking it. I want to put together like about 6 buildings or so. Little farm. Little countryside buildings in France. That's my goal here. barking about? See you peeking around the table there. What are you doing? I got him to chew on his bone. At last. I cut the bone in 3 pieces, make it smaller. So now he's kind of at his leisure. He'll chew on them. Doing good. Waiting patiently for cooler weather. Yeah. Toss in a mild addiction to energy drinks and a slight obsession for Palladium games, and it'll be a spot-on description. Sounds like someone needs attention. He heard something outside. But I won't finish this today. I'll finish it tomorrow. We'll start another building. And I got some decals to put on my 3 Panzer IVs I got to do. I'm going to do that as well, get that all finished and weathered. So I got 3 tanks to finish off. So my infantry will all be done. The German tanks will be done. And I got 9 Shermans, 2 varieties. 9 Shermans to finish. I got to do the tracks on them. I have to do the weathering, paint up some of the details on them because there's a little more equipage on those tanks than the Panzer IVs. And I got to put decals on them. I have to buy the damn things. I don't have any decals. So I'm going to go on Amazon, buy some decals to finish them off. And this project will then be done. The Hit the Beach project. Then I'll take a break, and I'm probably going to work on a different one. Either, I don't know what's next. I want to finish the village. My next project's probably going to be Kill Team. I might go back to my Ancients. I'm not sure yet. Kill Team is an easy project. The starter set is literally just 2 factions to paint. The terrain it comes with is already painted. You know, it's MDF terrain. It's already painted. And that's it. So it's not much of a project. 2 factions, about a dozen miniatures, I think. Jake's going to paint up his faction, and I'll paint up the other one. So that'll be next, I think. Eventually I'll come back to my Flames of War and we'll add to it. I don't know what's next. I want to get some more tanks. I know that. And some more infantry for the Americans. That's a good start, though. You need minis of Frankie and Annette at the beach for the beach. What? Oh, God. Beach blanket. Bingo. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Beach blanket. Bingo. Ba-dun-dun-dun. Beach blanket. Bingo. Da-da-ba-da-da-da-da. What else was I gonna do? Oh yeah, my project. I might go back to my fantasy miniatures for a brief moment, so I can run some games with Jake using those rules we talked about last night. Devilry afoot, because I love horror stuff, and that would be a fun little excursion over the holidays, holy days, whatever you want to call it, Halloween. So I might do that. That might be a little project. I'd have to paint maybe half a dozen figures in all, including monsters and a faction of witch hunters. But I'm also thinking I want to do a cabin in the woods too. A little building. So that might be we're still in September, right? Yeah, so there's time to plan this if I want to do that. That might actually be before Kill Team, now that I think about it. Because I'm still saving money to buy Kill Team. It's not expensive. It's like $100. That's pretty cheap. For a GW starter set. Yikes, $100? That's all? It's under $100. So, as I work towards that, maybe I should focus more on the witch hunters and stuff? Maybe? I only have these tanks, 3 tanks in the village to finish. The American tanks can wait. Pumpkin heads. Yeah, that's right. There's some of those Kings of War figures might be useful for some of those monsters. That's right. There's some pumpkin heads in there. Night Stalkers. Yeah, I used to watch Frankie and Annette, the beach movies, all the time. I always liked that gang. The Rats. That comedian guy. What was his name? He always was in that, and he was always the leader of the pack. The Rats. Oh, I love that. That was before my time, but we used to watch that on TV, and it was kind of cool, so I got into it. That was from the 60s. Gonna do walk number 2, so don't poke at these minis. Night Stalkers, perfect for devilry afoot. You're right. I'm gonna go through them and see what models I can grab. That's a good idea. I forgot about that. Get Jesse to paint the Northern Alliance. I don't know what he's going to be painting. He's got to set up his painting center in his house there. Which he's going to do. So Jake can paint over there too. Eric von Zipper. Yeah, that's his name. Wow. I was trying to think of his name, the actual character. Eric von Zipper. That's what it was. Wow, you remember that? Damn. Annette Funicello. Yes. I have weird interests. Eric von Zipper. The Rats. But I'm definitely going to let this set till tomorrow. I'm not going to mess with it. I want it to be completely dry because I need to cut this and maybe file it a little, so we want this to be dry. One thing I'll do right now though is put the glue and paper behind the top windows here. Do 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 do. Rock and roll, hoochie coo, do 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 do. Do 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 do. Just take little pieces of paper and put them behind the windows. I think before I didn't even bother. I think some of the buildings didn't have any paper or anything behind them. They were just a big open portal. Yeah, I gotta let that set so these will dry over the night. You can imagine how quick this would be, actually, if I didn't mess around with the removable roof and the removable floors. That definitely adds to your time requirement here to do this. But this is something, if I was going to do it all over again, I wanted to do. So we're going to do this. We're going to have some removals. Oh, and I got to put the lips on this. Yeah, I got to get some card for that. I got to think about that. I'll probably just use some cereal box cardboard. I know it gives a little bit. I'll just reinforce it with some white glue. And that should be enough. That'll be the lip to hold the stories and roof in place properly. That should be enough. Just something to keep it in place, that's all. Sturdy enough to not break off or anything. Yeah. Can barely spell in English. How do you expect me to spell in French? How you doing, Rookie Quad 6? Very peeved. I used to sing a lot of Jethro Tull in karaoke. Do 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 do. Sitting like a dead duck. I thought it was Jacques the Vipper. I miss my Catachan army. Heard of Leslie Fish? Not me. You know what else I'm going to make since I'm working on this, working with this stuff? This stuff makes perfect walls. If you know what I mean. Not the ones with natural stone laid, but the ones that are actually mortared and you would see along the French countryside. Or in this, actually in the cities, or the more developed villages and that kind of thing. I think I might make some of that. It's perfect thickness, about 5mm. And yeah, we'll make some of these walls. The last time I made them for 15mm, what I used was popsicle sticks. I just glued a popsicle stick on top of another popsicle stick laying on its belly to function as a base. It was high enough, thick enough, and perfect. I just spackled it. The round parts I made into flat parts, and those are my walls. I'd show you guys how that works when I make them. I'll use this stuff this time. Fun little walls. Let me get this stuff cleaned up here. I gotta mark these prototypes properly. This is, we'll call it big. One. Big one. Big one. Floor. Second floor. Attic. I'm going to put this all away. I got to wait for Jesse to come home. He's bringing his friend all the way from Indiana to come live here. So I got that to deal with. Bringing a cat. He's going to have 3 cats over there. Man, he's got 3 cats. I got 2 cats and a dog over here. Holy smokes, what is going on? His friend's got a 10-year-old daughter. So it looks like there's going to be a 10-year-old daughter over here for Jake to meet. A lot going on, folks. So he's going to be arriving any minute, any hour. I have no clue. Indiana's quite the drive. 12, 13 hours, baby. I think he left this morning, so... Yeah, it's already 10:30 at night. I don't know what time he left. Sheesh. Anyway. But I'll be back on here streaming again tomorrow. I'm going to finish working on this building, which went pretty good. Pretty good. Again, it's just a prototype, so I might do things differently with the next one. And we're going to put together a big old village. Let me read. David Bowie, the Bowie Meister, Kata-chan. Big one, that's what she said. I hope they settle in as well. Best wishes to them. Yeah, I never even met this lady, his friend. I never even met her. I've only seen her one time on the phone. But, you know, whatever. Seems okay so far. I'll let you know. Because I'll be on here talking all about it if I get frustrated. Oh, what's going on here? Nah, it's going to be okay. But, what's the matter, Copia? You stretching out? What's going on? What's going on, mein kleiner Hund? What are you doing? Are you resting over there? Are you taking a break? I got a boom box here. That's my old man's boom box. It's huge. I don't have a plug for it, so I don't know why it's in here. It takes about 10 D batteries, so it's basically useless. Oh, stop. I'm talking. Boy, your breath stinks. God, cut it out. You're gonna kill me here. Drop an elephant at 50 yards. Go over there, lay down. Quiet! Well, he ain't no puppy. He's about the size of one. Did you hear that, Coop? A puppy. You're just a puppy. Yes, you are. A little pupsters. Quiet! Quiet! Don't you bark at me. I'm telling you. I'm the boss around here. Go chew on your bone. Get out here. You're scaring people. Stop it. Stop scaring people. Get over there. Stop. Stop. Quiet! Alright, come on. Yeah, it's gigantic. It's huge. Takes about 16 batteries. Stop! Will you cut it out? Go lay down. Stop it. Don't be barking. Stop. Now, you know what he wants? Let me grab him a treat. That's all it is. He just wants a treat. He says it's time for my treat. I'm hungry. Fetch my snackos, human. Yeah, so that's a frickin' huge boombox. I've had it sitting there for like 6 months now because I thought I could get it going and use the cassette player. But I've actually got a karaoke machine that takes cassette players, so I'm gonna go grab that instead. Cause I got a lot of cassettes with some stuff on it. I'd like to turn into digital. I'd like to digitalize. Put it somewhere just to save it. Fog. I think he had it back in sometime in the 90s. So what is that, 30 years? It's probably about 30 years old. It's got it's got a CD player in it too. Dual cassettes, CD player, and a radio. And if I could find the plug that fits into this thing, it would work. I'd be all set. The speakers probably detach. I listen to the radio all the time. CD player is a huge plus. Actually, that I could make, if I could get that plug, I'd be set, man. That'd be pretty nice to have. If I could find a plug that fits the back, or maybe go down in the barn. Maybe it's down there. Now that I think about it, it'd have to be down there. That's where he worked and he had it. I just didn't see it, so I didn't look too hard. But you know what? I probably am going to go down there. Maybe I'll go down there tomorrow and see if I could dig that up, because that would actually be great if it worked. Oh, and an update on my hand cam, my 8mm handy cam. I can't get the batteries to charge, and there's like 4 batteries, but that camera goes back late 90s or early 2000s. That's how old it is. So even though it was all new, the batteries won't charge. So the batteries are dead. It's most likely the batteries, which is too bad. I can't play back the videos that I got on there. What a shame. But the good thing is I do have a VHS player. If that still works, I could just plug in all the cassettes and the VHS cassettes too into that and watch everything that's on that camcorder that I took. So I do have that. Granted, the VHS is just as old, so who knows? Who knows? I'm at the stage where I'm trying to salvage all this old stuff. It feels like I took them yesterday, but it's been like 30 years. Holy smokes, man. Can't believe it. But if and when I do, stay tuned, because I'm going to upload stuff onto my channel that's basically the contents, the good stuff, the contents of those VHSs. Filk? What's Filk? F-I-L-K-I? What is that? Filky? What is that? Oh, Filk genre singer. Filk. I have no clue. Quad 6. Got me on that one. Folk. Folk. Leslie Fish. Now that you mention it, yeah, that is very, it rings a bell. Leslie Fish. Let me take a look. Since I'm still on here. Leslie Fish. Leslie Fish. Singer. Leslie Fish. Not who I thought it was. It's not who I thought it was. Born in 1953, New Jersey. Folk, Filk. So Filk is a thing? What the hell is Filk? Filk is a musical culture, genre, and community tied to science fiction, fantasy, and horror fandom, and a type of fan labor. The genre has existed since the early 50s and been played primarily since the 70s. The genre has a niche but faithful popularity in the underground. It is a mixture of song parodies and original music, humorous and serious, about subjects like science fiction, fantasy, computers, cats, politics, the space program, books, movies, TV shows, love, war, and death. And summarizes that almost anything goes as a filksing. Filksing? One word. Interesting. Never heard of it, though. That's new. Something new to learn. Filk. What do we got? We got 7 viewers. 7 viewage. Stream's pretty consistent today. Wow. I kept your guys' attention for a long time. Holy smokes. Folk music. That I can respect. No, it's Filk. That was not a typo. Yeah, I just found that out. It's probably music I've heard. I just didn't realize it was a genre called Filk. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. I'll look up some channels or some songs on YouTube. See what this Filk is all about. Never know. Could be my jam. Could be. Let me move this over here because I'm done. I gotta put this away. I'm doing my streams in here now. I got some of my paints and stuff in here. I don't have to move them in the other room. I suppose when winter hits, I'll probably be back in the other room. Yes, Walter. I know. I see litter box pebbles on my table here, and that's not necessarily from me, which means the cat, one of them, is getting on this table. I think I'm missing some dice as well. How is this? All right, let's finish up our stream today here, folks. Get this stuff put away. I'm gonna get something to eat because it's 10:46. I like Bard core. That's pretty cool. Bard core. Yeah, there's a core for everything. D&D core, dragon core, yeah. Rock and roll. Bard core. All right, I'm going to call it, folks. You guys take care of yourselves. I'm going to get out of here. Quad 6 rookie. Phoenix by Julia Eckler is my personal favorite. Phoenix by Julia Eckler. Oh, it's gone. You took it out. No, you didn't. I see it. Why did that disappear from the chat ninja? But I see it on YouTube. What you just said there. Oh, you retracted it. Okay. Okay, that's what happened to it. See you later, Nerdy Ogre. I'll be on tomorrow. It's the start of our week, so I got plenty of things to do. You pop in when you can. And JJ, thanks once again. You were here from the very beginning. I'll let you know when our next chat is. And when I say next chat, I mean like hanging out in the Discord voice server for one of our games. I have them there for Myth and what is it called? Mirth and Mayhem? That's the Dragonbane voice server. The other one is for Pathfinder. We'll be in there, and I'll just invite you guys in. Barbarian Hardcore. I like it. Anyway, let's get out of here, you guys, and get something to eat. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. So thank you, everybody, for joining me once again. And I do mean everybody. James, Nerdy Ogre, JJ, Quad 6, of course. Whoever else joined us, I don't see all the names here. But you know who you are. Good stuff, and I appreciate it. Peace. Take care, man. Keep in touch about the Dragonbane. Gonna have some great games coming up. Folks, that's it for the night. We're gonna talk to you again tomorrow. I appreciate it. We'll see you guys again. Remember, hang in there. And you know why? It's only going to get better. And that's the truth. So I'll talk to you soon. Toodaloo.